What the fuck? Okay, anyway.
That there fanny. So, you want to talk gardening? What? No biggie. That all? Carry on then. All of the deep mines. That's the garden. And you see Noko out there.
Okay, let's try
Give
to
me
run
that.
this solo, see if it's faster or not. Guardias, let's go. My crutch. My ever reliable. Oh my god, dude, this gun is so bad, I swear to god. I'm gonna leave it to the EDA or no ESO. 'Cause I'm not touching it. That is such a disgusting weapon. You can't make that up. It's so bad. It is so bad. I even got a rivet for it. Jesus Christ. I mean, fuck. Oh well, whatever. Is there any skin for this? Nope. There's none.
Sure. I can leave. Just don't want to. Feel rooted to this place. I do. Too many mercs trying to turn the garden into some sort of gilded bunker for His Majesty Nef Anya.
Alrighty.
Put an end to all that, will ya?
It's overtime time. Double the crews, double the eradication. My palace of prosperity must be built.
Nef's new head lackey is down here cracking the whip on all those mercs. Time to return the favour. Take him out. These management types aren't much for getting their hands dirty. Take out some of their expensive mercs, and I guarantee you they'll come running. You know what to do. Lightning quick you are. Mighty impressive.
Usually there is one more in here, but it's not this tall. There's
Men keeping their supplies out in the open.
you.
I should be more careful.
You?
Someone might take them.
Wait, what?
Right? Call that no. As in, I won't go near them. Should have known it was too good to be true. Taxman incoming. That was very fast.
Oh wait, let me.
No.
my
Try to stay
Okina
away from those myself. The syzygy
Almost
blooms
forgot
for
about
minutes, releases its energy, and then dies. Get close to it and capture their energy before the taxmen get anywhere near. Another cluster of syzygy blooming. You know what to do. More about to bloom. Don't let the taxman pluck them first.
I should have a 7-7. No! Wait, why is it not working?
Forage, safe and sound. More fungi ready for you. Get that energy before the mercs do. More about to bloom. Don't let the taxman pluck them first.
I mean, it's faster when I'm not running around. I should have some of this delay mission. I don't want to run it solo. Yeah. Should be better for me.
Calm down. Imagine the look on Ned's face when this merc showed up without a lick of syzygy.
Should be really beneficial. Oh, I'll get it.
Corporate needs power cells to keep the lights on. Roots and forks prefer the darkness. So find a terminal, and we'll give them what they like. There they are. Lazy as usual. You know what to do.
Holy shit. What is this? This is like a hammer shell? Okay, now, how the fuck do I get there? It's good.
Without power down here, taxmen will be working double time to keep Ned happy. Let's see if we can't make things worse for him. What Noko used to do is send him a message. Take out as many invasive corpus as you can.
I like this color so much. Like that purple neon thing. Holy.
Taxmen are getting too comfortable in these parts. Go for the
Okay, hold on. Okay, you got me.
Mercs aren't looking too hot. Double up your body count.
Yay,
Scary how quick you were. Got another task for you. Hear that?
holy
It's
shit,
almost
Endo.
peaceful down here.
I don't mind if I do.
Always got more work for you.
Nintendo, you used to protect the Oregon 7.
Hey,
Now you fight for this.
I'll take it.
Pesterings.
I love it, I take it.
How far you've fallen.
Alright. Let's see. If my operator have don't mind that. Is this it? No. Oh yeah, 771. Yeah, this one. This is the one. Okay. 777. Just a little bit of heaven.
Don't bother me now. Talk to your supervisor. Boy, Outlander, get over here. Contracts interested.
The 100 miles away. Blame it on me, blame it on me. What you felt, blame it on me, blame it on me.
Status check on coolant flow. And mind it doesn't off gas. Boy, I got work in the production.
I can slow down, I wanna go faster. The art close. Heat damage for second damage. Ah! Fuck! Shit. On operator. Strike kill. Okay. Yeah, this is enticing. Voice sling trips on enemy over guards on the one is stripped.
Get back to work, you muckers. Hey, you. Come here. I'm the natural. I got work.
For all with Talon strike. Okay. Is ass whatever. Get invisibility after. Okay, this one is. Oh, what the fuck? This one is the best. By far. By a long shot. Like, what? What are we even talking about? Like, brother. Like, brother. What are we even talking about? Like, come on. Damage to M. Ooh. Ammo efficiency. Increase maximum whistling distance.
Carry on. Today's your lucky day, Cove. Let's us have a
Okay, so
quiet
this is
conversation.
Cascade. This is for Folly Hunt, right? This supposed to be okay. Let's override this. I guess. So I have like 60% plus, but I would want amp damage, right? So amp damage. Yeah, so 10%. I'll have 40%. Yeah, 40%. Damn. Okay, hold on.
Talk to your supervisor. Boy, Outlander, get over here.
And regenerate for each Madrai. Yeah, this one is better. What the fuck is this endo requirement? So I would ideally have 60% plus 30%. Or ideally it is. 60, And I'm fine with these. I'm already hitting 70% damage bonus. Which is fine. Hams
Get back to work,
on
you
energy
locust.
depleted.
Hey, you. Come here.
Uh,
Act natural. I got
I
work.
would want the heat thingy. No. This. I would want this. Which not hard to get, but I don't know if I can get it in 1 day or 2 day. Whatever. It's just need to run it.
When
Let's see
corporate
how
doesn't listen, we make him listen, right? Yeah, roots and fruits miss Noko. You see, it's hard to live and grow when you've got an army of mercs trampling all over you. Need you to fight for them, like Noko used to.
I mean, that puzzle too. For fun.
Why is my beautiful project so far behind schedule?
Seems taxmen left their supplies out without a lick of cake. Must be their offering for the communal soup. How nice. Guts. Count their bullaroes before they hatch. Corporate inbound.
What are we doing?
I'm an all mate. See if you
What
can
am
make the
I
next
doing?
chocolate baddies.
Mushrooms, huh? Ooh.
You chose a dull one. They'll have a flavour if you boil them longer.
Let me guess. The Tenno?
Hey, cool.
Send reinforcements! Kill the betrayers!
What's wrong with? Wrong with again, but I can show you anyway. Wait, did I just saw a sniper here? Wow. Yo, what time it is? Why is it not opening? Oh. Here. Hey.
Blister stalk, eh? That's a spicy one. Word in the garden is that a few of Noko's squadlings got into Neff's fungicide. Need you to find him and give him the jolt of life. Off they go.
No, I forgot it. Oh, man.
You're quicker than you look, mate. Squadlings would hate to play you in hide and seek.
Let's go.
That's for sure.
This is so much faster on
Using
solo.
power cells to help run the labs. Time to make like Noko and turn the lights out.
Much
Get to the
faster.
terminal. Found it. Time to cause some damage.
Okay, hold. Yo, nullify. Disgusting, Dylan. Ooh, disgusting, disgusting. Fucking. Fuck off. Yay. Is this the best rally?
Just like the old old after Marco.
Guess so.
Reckon that hurt the bottom line almost as much as it hurt them.
Look at that. Wait, what? Oh, captive. Free the captives.
I'm not saying they're gonna put him in the juicer.
You're free,
But if you rescue
fucking
him first,
go,
they won't have a chance.
Anyway. Hello.
It is the day they start. That's up to once.
What are we
Here's the problem with the
doing
bases.
over here?
You got 1, you got 10. Once you got 10, you got 1,000.
Okay. Shush.
Till then.
That's my next objective.
Looks like we've got a fresh batch of invasives moving.
Corpus guild. Alright,
Let's march.
that's easy.
Once you get down here, move on.
Coming with my
Still glad you
Akari.
ain't on this side, speedy as you are.
But the
Something
bus.
interesting from one of the taxmen before they crack.
Okay, can you show me the
You can't
fucking?
get rid of invasives for
There we go.
Corpus,
Stop wasting my
you
time.
can't even conquer a
That much
hole
money,
in the
yo.
ground.
Yes.
What am I paying you for?
Let's go. Let's go. I managed to do it in less than 5 minutes. I'm pretty sure. I can do it faster. Like, way faster. I know, but like, why do you feel so underwhelming? Oh, wait. Yeah, dude, I'm so sorry. You do not deserve to be at this level of investment. But wait, is this the build? I doubt it. Hold on.
Status check on crew.
Code,
And mind it doesn't off gas.
passes.
Work if you can keep your mouth shut.
Okay, I don't wanna, you know, theory craft right now. Just not. Yeah, I just don't want to do it. Prime Ravage, right? Prime Ravage. Oh, it's Ravage, not Point Blank. So what are we slotting into this? I mean, fire rate is good, but on Gauss is not that great. Okay. Fire rate, right? Fire rate. This is for like a general build, right? Okay. So
Work if you can keep your mouth shut.
electricity. I mean, yeah. So I should put this at electricity. Electricity. So it's blast of viral electricity. And radiation, right? Yep. Seems good to me. And I overwrite this because this is for gals. General. Come on, spell. On gals, however, we don't want to run it. Let's see, status chance.
Get back to work, you
Status.
buggers. Hey, you.
Okay, I feel like status damage is gonna do more, no? I feel like it. just slot in point blank, honestly. Ooh, cleanse corpus. I hate being not.
Manifest checks out. Carry on.
It's just additive
Good day, Coates.
to all these,
A quiet conversation.
which quite overkill already. Is it crit damage on this? Oh yeah, this is already crit damage. Okay. Crit. Onto munition. There's nothing crit related. Interesting. Yeah, of course that. Forgot about that. Oh wow. Doesn't really. Projectile speed.
Status check on coolant flow. And mind it doesn't off gas.
Magnetic?
I've got work if I can keep your mouth shut.
Wait, why are we using this instead of magnetic? Yeah, I gotta try it out. This gotta be better, right? There's no way. It has to be, right?
Welcome back. Always good to have a mate in the deep mines.
If the fire rate is acceptable, then I'm keeping it on magnetic, on that mod, whatever it is. Deep mine bounties. Will change. Okay, let's see.
Used to think that I did hard work that others couldn't.
So this
Then I
is
realised
below
there was a
half
difference between
of
couldn't
shotgun
and should.
barrage.
And I stopped doing that work. Today I need you to deal with muckers.
Oh, this
who
is
learn
fine.
from it.
It's overtime time. Double the crews, double the eradication. My palace of prosperity must be built.
This is so much better.
What he said. Buzzer drones. Shoot them, flip them, make them do the opposite of whatever they're doing right now. Now that the buzzer's down, those shrooms will get to work tinkering with its ticker. Do me a favour and keep it safe. Corporate would rather destroy their own tools than let us have control. Don't let them touch our neutral. We kept the drone in tip-top condition. Just like no. Dull button, good in soup, and that's about it.
What is the problem? I don't care what the problem is. Fix it now.
Okay, buddy. Oh, dude, I hate this so much.
Corpus rank and file ain't the sharpest, but keeping supplies unguarded. Teach them to take better care of their things. Looks like the map vector onto us. Done already. Did the mercs even know you were there? This one. This task's important. Neff's poison water is making the squadlings sick. Need you to find them and get them jumping again. Think that one liked you. Couldn't even blink before you healed them all. Mighty impressive. Arachnoid situation that I need you to take care of. The fucking thing has been causing issues all over. Arachnoid skulking suddenly close. Knock some heads. It'll come back. There's the damn pest. Send him to the dirt. Absolutely vicious. Remind me to stay on your sunny side. Like I always say, the deep mines is a garden. And like any garden, you've got to pull the...
Shut up.
Coming up next.
Come.
Dirt mercs are causing havoc left and right. Would you kindly weed out some of their muckers? You're about halfway there. Keep knocking them down. Feeling the heat? This destroys are spicy enough to give me the sweets.
What the fuck is that?
Milk birds will think twice before they come around these parts. You make quick work of it. Plenty of fertilizer for the roots and fruits. I'll appreciate that. Come see me if you need more work.
Simply unacceptable.
No. Try to stay away from those yourself.
Ah, exactly 5 minutes. Oh yeah.
Oh, can't let invasive pests into your garden. Hey, what can I help you with there, mate? Too many mercs trying to turn the garden into some sort of gilded bunker for His Majesty Nefanyo. Put an end to all that, will ya?
Huh.
It's all good. Be careful out there. The longer I'm down here, the less I want to go back. You sure? Anytime. had left their supplies out without a lick of cover. Must be their offering for the communal shed. How nice of them. Bound to have all the rails before they hatch. Corporate inbound. I'm an all mate. See if we can make the next job look that easy. Muck bonnets ain't pleasant. You're in for a rough ride until it works through you. Look at these taxmen, leaving their drones floating around. Bring that thing to the ground. We'll make it ours. Roots and fruits have control. Make sure nothing happens to our new buzzer. Should have known those muckers wouldn't let us go without a fight. Keep them off the drone. Press, mate. Drone barely has a scratch on it. This is going to be mighty useful.
Ta-ta, lovelies.
Feeling the heat? Nako's little squabbling's helping keep him in garden safe. But Nev's poison has been taking its toll. Find those tykes and nurse them back to health. Happy? Now get back to garden. The squabblings are bouncing back to health in record time. Here's hoping they're more careful about what they eat next time. Next, swarming like a base of piss. Time to show 'em whose garden this is. Corporate just don't know when to call it quits. More riffraff inbound. Thorn tooth is the fruit you want when you're looking to make a pin cushion out of something. Roots and roots are feeling better already. Clear out what's left. That's the last of the movement.
Holy sh-
Poor muckers didn't stand a chance against you. Do what Nako used to do and send them a message. Take out as many invasive corpus as you can. Taxmen are getting too comfortable around these parts. Go thin them out. Works ain't looking too hot. Double up your body count and you'll be done. It's almost scary how quick you think. Got another task for you. You can't get rid of invasives for good, but you can slow them down. Today, you gave the roots and fruits
I'm letting my eye enjoy 120 FPS for a little bit. I'm allowing my eye just for a little while. You know, I really enjoy playing at 60 FPS because I don't get everything around me heated up, you know?
You're not
It's
gonna.
so unnecessary.
You're not gonna tell
I know
corporate down
it
here,
feels good, but I cannot really
I know,
afford
Cobra,
AC
I
right
see
now.
one.
Yeah, I am that broke, okay? I can't afford it.
Roots and fruits
Hey.
missing, okay? You see, it's
I
hard to
think
live
PC,
and grow when you've got an
just
army of
good enough
mercs
internet
trampled all over you.
to
Need you to
stream
fight for them.
and
like
all these
Nogo
gears,
used to.
but not AC, okay? AC is where I draw the line, okay? AC is where I draw the fucking line. You can't do shit about it. Anyway,
Rowers to all outbound rail tractors. Don't talk to me till it's done. Credits for dishonest work.
barrage. Let's try barrage. See how it goes. Holy shit, this is so smooth.
It's overtime time. Double the crews, double the eradication.
Got a hunch that a few syzygy are about to fruit nearby. Find them. And stay close while picking the birds up.
Nah,
Be ready
I
for
don't
you.
want this.
Get that energy before the mercs do.
No. Let's go back to next week. That was
Cluster
too
of
smooth.
syzygy bleeding.
It's not like
Alex,
it's not like I don't like it, but I'm afraid of me getting
Joe's a
used to
real
it.
nasty little fella to eat, mate. Luckily, a muck bonnet's toxin wears out quick. One less bleeding for them. More about to bloom. Don't let the taxman pluck them first. Forage, safe and sound. Another cluster of syzygy blooming. You know what to do. One less bloom for them. Mercs are built for hunting. But you're a forager through and through. They never stood a chance.
Later.
Like get used to that and coming back to 60 will feel like hell. So,
Drinking puffball will make you smell worse than a whore-ass stump. Evasives are powering their
I
tech
talk
with
like a
mounted
fucking
houses. Time for a blackout. Find your terminal. Cells are in your neighborhood, looks like. Stop.
okay, I hit that. Oh my god, get me up. Okay, is this better route? No, that's not better routing. That's worse.
Ah, a gamma bit. Mutations should be temporary. At least I think. Corporate can't operate down here without energy. Just like the Palace can't do without the roots and fruits. Corporate seems to have left the buzzer training all bikes lanes. Could be useful for us. Knock it down. Roots and fruits are all over that thing. Lots to learn. Lots to learn.
Why my head huge?
Taxman incoming. Keep that buzzer silent. Soon you're done with the drone. Didn't see a lick of paint out of place in it either. Well done. Bunch of taxmen massive. Whatever it is they're planning, it ain't good. Keep me out of the area. More of them on the way. Keep swatting. That's a spicy one. We're out of reinforcements. Clean them up.
Fuck off, you stupid fuck.
As long as you're around, these pests won't make any progress. Looks like we've got a fresh batch of invasives moving in. Let's march. Once you get down the other half, you can move on.
Corpus to metal.
Are you fucking serious? Can you stop giving me knuckle blueprint?
That death sure. I can leave. Just don't wanna. You're rooted to this place.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so
Used to think that I did hard work that others couldn't. Then I realised there was a difference between couldn't and shouldn't. And I stopped doing that work. Today I need you to deal with muckers who wouldn't learn that lesson.
let's try strict corpus. See how it goes, huh?
It's overtime time. Double the crews, double the eradication. My palace of prosperity.
Neff's got a new boss man working down here. Hand-picked to wipe out the roots and fruits. And they will. Unless you get them first. The boss man's hiding in his office. Take out some liquids. Make him pop out to see why they're not making quota. There's the stinking son of a Bernick. Eliminate the mother. Even the boss man had to be impressed with how quickly you got that job done. The name should tell you everything you need to know. Reeking Puffball.
Corpus. The void sees you. It sees you holding back. What more can you give? Remember,
Taxmen keeping their supplies out in the open. They should be more careful. Someone might take it. Should have known it was too good to be true. Taxmen ain't got. Got it ready. The Mercs even know you were there?
It's time for Nora to say goodnight.
Word in the garden is that a few of Nako's squadrons got into Neff's Bunchicide. Need you to find him and give him the jolt of life. I think that one liked you. Quicker than you look, mate. Sprodlings are up. Get in there and stand your ground until they start coming.
Oh my god, can you stop with the fucking transformation invincibility? It's so lame,
It's on the
man.
way. Relax then, please. No. As in, I won't go near the things. Good luck. Just cross the 50% mark, mate. Squash the rest.
Where you running, boy?
Almost there. Finish him off. Guns. Networks are causing havoc left and right. Would you kindly weed out some of them muckers? You're about halfway there. Keep knocking him down. Real glad you ain't on Neff's side.
Think you've won today, Tom? My resources are bottomless.
Holy shit. 4 minutes. I got the support. Hell yeah.
So, you want to talk gardening, foraging, outfitting? You come to the right place, mate. Yeah, roots and fruits miss Noko. You see, it's hard to live and grow when you've got an army of mercs trampling all over you. Need you to fight for them, like Noko used to.
It's overtime time. Double.
Corporate seems to have left the buzzer draining all by its lonesome. Could be useful for us. Knock it down. You chose a dull button. They'll have a flavour, if you boil them long enough. Now that the buzzer's down, those shrooms will get to work tinkering with its ticker. Do me a favour, and keep it safe. Corporate would rather destroy their own tools than let us have control. Don't let them touch our new toy. I'm impressed, mate. The drone barely has a scratch on it. This is going to be mighty useful. Corporate needs power cells to keep the lights on. Roots and fruits prefer the darkness. So find a terminal, and we'll give them what they like. Cells are in the neighbourhood, looks like. Scuttle.
mother.
Call that a no. As in, I won't go near the things. Good luck. Corporate only cares for their book.
That's all we have time for.
Corpus rank and file ain't the sharpest. But keeping supplies on guard. Teach them to take better care of their things. Looks like the map moved onto us. That was very fast. Corporate's got mercs converging nearby. Get in there and stand your ground until they stop coming. You ate a gamma berry, didn't you? Oh well. Little radiation never hurt no one. More of them on the way. Keep slow. Getting so much as a foothold. Mucking inspiration you are, mate. Mercs are causing havoc left and right. Would you kindly read out some of them muckers? We're about halfway there. Keep knocking them down. You cleared it out right quick. Mercs will think twice before they come. Hey, what can I help you with there, mate? Doesn't get any better than that now, does it?
Okay, so I got a fucking 3 helmets. 3 whole helmets. Holy Jesus. Fun.
This is what I got. All things I thought could come in handy at some point. When corporate doesn't listen, we make him listen, right?
Like a blueprint.
Used to think that I did hard work that others couldn't.
Blueprint.
Then I realised there was a difference between couldn't and shouldn't. And I stopped doing that work.
Cucumber,
Today I need you to deal with muckers
arbiceps.
who wouldn't learn that lesson.
I should wait for another
Suit
hour,
yourself.
huh?
Got all sorts of jobs waiting for you should you change your mind.
So, see, this day will end in 15 minutes. I should do all of this stuff.
Take care.
Well, well, here. I'm listening.
Honestly,
Another time.
I should choose.
While our composite
Shams.
physical natures afford a longer than typical life expectancy, I fear I am simply... The taxmen have
How about
imposed,
leg?
as it were,
My family didn't make it out. First time Slaughter you got stopped. I know Utico reckons it's her fault, but I don't see it that way. She's done right by me, the way I see it. She and Zood, they're my family now. Need anything?
I don't ever want to farm these again, so.
Just here for the show?
I'm just gonna ask.
Can't work with what I don't have, Cove. Gonna need some parts before we have this conversation. People say mowers don't got no personality, but it's all in choosing the right components. You take your time.
Good day.
Need any help with that? Just one more piece, and I can get to work. This is my favorite part, you know? The parts get chosen, and a little fella gets born from it all. It's all down to you. Last piece. Big moment. Drum roll. I'd offer you a nutrient canister, but you don't look like you're hooked up for it, and I'm all out. I'd offer you a nutrient canister, but you don't look like you're hooked up for it, and I'm all out. This is my favorite part, you know? The parts get chosen, and a little fella gets born from it all. It's all down to you. People say mowers don't got no personality, but it's all in choosing the right components. You take your time. Need any help with that? Just one more piece, and I can get to work. Last piece. Big moment. Drum roll. See you later, agitator. If your ambition is Yakuza... Cheerio. Puritanical about the mechanical, with manipulators contractible, memory expansible, brains mathematical, and mindsets blazing tactical. Ain't nothing problematical for these mowers and tin cans and bots fantastical. Come on, step right up. Trying to get Biz to tell me stories, but nothing. That cove was a real doer back in the day. Udico'd say, give him the business, and then things would get real hectic. I ain't part of what you might call a legitimized supply chain. Okay, okay, I see where you're going. Nice. I like it. I like it. Okay, okay, I see where you're going. I work with salvage, bring in heads, engines, payload. Nice.
Right on.
Okay, okay, I see where you're going. Nice. like it.
Or gays? Really? Okay, but you've got to admit, it was a funny bit of wordplay. They're my kids, man. I take care of them Monday through Thursday. Yeah, okay, you're right. That was uncalled for. Can I go now?
The real draw for many of us is the new robotic lieutenant weapon after you vanquish the sister. The type of dog is a mirror of the hound the sister used, which will be a random combination when you first spawn her. This means that those who don't want to bother with the modular aspect of the hounds don't need to, because they will get a complete one every time they kill a sister, and after enough sisters have spawned, you will get each of the type of hounds eventually. However, the dogs are modular, with there being 4 different components to each hound. There is the model, or the head, the bracket, stabilizer, and the core. Later on we will look at what each module contributes to.
Until you hit your daily cap. Each one of these mower parts represents a different, I guess, stat for your mower. Like the model is basically what gives you the precept abilities. It also gives you mastery rank per model. Like a para model, which is offensive, will give you the anti-gravity grenade, or the Lamio model, which is a defensive model, will give you the status field precept. You get the idea. Precepts can also be used on any mower, but in order to unlock them all, I guess you're going to need to craft different mowers first, unless you can maybe trade for them. Now the core determines the base stats like health, shields and armor. The gyro further tweaks your health, shield and armor. The bracket determines the mower's leg design and of course influences the polarity. The bracket determines the mower's leg design and of course influences the polarity you're going to have on your mower when you build it. By combining any of these 4 parts, you can design a mower that is fit for offense, defense, utility, support, like I said, entirely up to you. So this is currently my mower DE Kickbot. This is the build. I've gone for Whiplash Mine, which of course is going to give me crowd control by tethering kick. Like I said, entirely up to you. And more to have on your...
No polarize. No polarize. What the fuck? Madurai, Naramon, guess I get that the Titan. Yeah. Oh my god, it's clipping. God damn it.
Mower when you build it. By combining any of these 4 parts, you can design a mower that is fit for offense, defense, utility support. Like I said, entirely up to you. So this is currently my mower DE Kickbot. This is the build. I've gone for Whiplash Mine, which of course is going to give me crowd control by tethering enemies together and then pulling them all into one place so that I can deal with them. Then I've got Redirection for shield capacity, and I've got Vitality. Now you can get rid of Vitality if you want. I know a lot of players just prefer running with shields. I've gone for Manifold Bond because of course it's going to apply more status effects to enemies. Reinforced Bond because with 1,200 shields it's going to give me a 60% increase.
Yep, that is exactly why I'm going max shield.
Reloading my weapons is also going to give me 150 shield on top of the 1,100 shield I have right now. Also, Blast Shield is going to give me 3,000 overshield, so I'm constantly going to have a 60% fire rate increase.
Because I get the Titan. Yeah, the Titan bracket. Max shield, max shield. Alright, so, okay, I'm gonna capture this. Right. I don't know why it costs so less.
So I am with this build. So like
Okay, so
No sale. Right. It was the rhyming, wasn't it? Can't work with what I don't have, Cove. Gonna need some parts before we have this conversation. Need any help with that?
Yep.
Last piece. Big moment. Drum roll. This is my favorite part, you know? The parts get chosen, and a little fella gets born from it all. It's all down to you. People say mowers don't got no personality, but it's all in choosing the right components. You take your time. Just one more piece, and I can get to work. I'd offer you a nutrient canister, but you don't look like you're hooked up for it, and I'm all out. I'd offer you a nutrient canister, but you don't look like you're hooked up for it, and I'm all out. People say mowers don't got no personality, but it's all in choosing the right components. You take your time.
Vision around eating predators, and that reason is one of the most elegant laws in all of nature. It is called the 10.
Just one more piece, and I can get to work. Last piece. Big moment. Drum roll. Need any help with that? This is my favorite part, you know? The parts get chosen, and a little fella gets born from it all. It's all down to you. Just one more piece, and I can get to work. I'd offer you a nutrient canister, but you don't look like you're hooked up for it, and I'm all out. People say mowers don't got no personality, but it's all in choosing the right components. You take your time.
Wolf bracket. What the fuck?
I ain't part of what you might call a legitimine. Okay, I see where you're going. like it. Nice. I like it.
cultures, we eat squid and octopus, which are ferocious hunters of the sea. What these have in common is that they sit just low enough on the chain, or are consumed just rarely enough, that the load stays manageable. The rule is not that you can never eat a predator. The rule is that the higher you go, the more dangerous the accumulation becomes. And the animals at the very top, the lions, the wolves, the orcas, the tigers, they have spent entire lifetimes concentrating what the whole world below them contained. They are not just animals. They are living archives of everything the food chain has touched. And eating them would mean consuming all of that, compressed, stored, waiting. Your body knew this. Your ancestors learned it the hard way so you wouldn't have to. Now here's the part that will change how you look at your next meal. Every animal you have ever eaten, the chicken, the beef, the fish, every single one of them sat low enough on the chain that the chemical load was survivable. Low enough that the parasite risk was manageable. Low enough that your ancient disgust response didn't fire. The food you eat every single day is the result of millions of years of selection pressure. You didn't choose it randomly. Your entire culinary tradition was shaped by survival logic so old it predates language. The cow on your plate is not just food. It is the result of a biological calculation your ancestors ran for generations without ever writing it down. And the animals at the top of the chain, the ones you would never consider, they are there because that is where danger lives. At every level, every form. Predators are not just dangerous to hunt, they are dangerous to consume. The whole system was built to keep you away from them. And somehow, without chemistry textbooks, without microscopes, without knowing what a toxin was or what a parasite was, your ancestors already knew. They passed the knowledge down the only way evolution works. They made it feel wrong. And you are here today because it worked.
Golden. Okay, okay, I see where you're going. like it. Nice. Okay, okay, I see where you're going. I put that bucket of spare ankles? Every bottle workhorse, reinforced, supports, endorsed. Does all it purports, of course, leaving no cause for buyer's remorse. We got pets!
Pursuits to make a person very wealthy indeed. Wealth of intellect and of
Look around now, don't be shy. Good friends, good buddy, ain't hard to buy. Nice. I like it. Okay, I see where you're going. Here's your manual and bot, so full of potential, instructions for use, you'll find them essential. Use it well, this device, go on, have fun. But do check the fine print, there ain't no refunds. And your change? Golden. Here's your manual and bot, so full of potential, instructions for use, you'll find them essential. Use it well, this device, go on, have fun. But do check the fine print, there ain't no refunds. I work with salvage, bring in heads, engines. Cheerio.
I possess tools of pedology and mineralogy. Pursuits to make a person very wealthy indeed. Wealth of intellect and of pocket. Treasures of curiosity. Treasures
Puritanical,
of...
biomechanical, with manipulators contractible, memory expansible, brains mathematical, and mindsets blazing tactical. Ain't nothing problematical for these mowers and tin cans and bots fantastical. Come on, step right up.
Doesn't take them back. Always good to have a mate in the deep mines. So, you want to talk gardening, foraging, outfitting? You come to the right place, mate. It's all good. Anytime.
Quick geology lesson. Thermal.
Hey, what can I help you with there, mate? Right then, got a whole list of chores for you, culminating in a jailbreak. Sound good? Good.
Genetics Research Division. How are my chimeras coming along? My zoo is waiting. I want my vermincodon.
A what? We gotta get those critters out of there before Neff's mad scientists sew them together. But first...
Well, we're still on the ferryboat Vallejo, my home, and as it happens to be a rather nice afternoon, we decided to come out onto the patio instead of working in the studio. I've been talking to you about the mystery of the curious sensation of nothingness that lies behind ourselves. First of all, I gave you the illustration of the blank space behind the eyes, about the silence out of which all sound comes, and about empty space out of which all the stars appear. And you'll remember that in the last talk, I likened this curious emptiness behind everything, to God, an imageless, non-idolatrous God of which we can have no conception at all. And I've also pointed out that basically, when you really get down to it, that emptiness is yourself. Now, it sounds very odd in our civilization to say, therefore, I am God, or for that matter, you are God. But you will remember, of course, that this exactly is what Jesus Christ felt. And he was crucified for it because in his culture, God was conceived as the royal monarch of the universe. And therefore, anybody who gets up and says, well, I am God, is blasphemous. He's subversive. He's claiming to be, if not the boss himself, at least the boss's son, and that's a put down for everybody else. But Jesus had to say it that way because in his culture they did not have, as the Hindus have, the idea that everybody, not only human beings, but animals and plants, all sentient beings whatsoever, are God in disguise. Now let me try to explain this a little more clearly. Because I cannot help thinking of myself as identical with, continuous with, one with the whole energy that expresses itself as this universe. If the universe is made of stars, a star is a center from which energy flows. In other words, there's the middle and all the rays come out from it. And so I feel that as the image of the whole thing, that all energy is a center from which rays come out. And therefore each one of us is an expression of what is basically the whole thing. Now therefore, whereas in the West, in the Jewish, Christian, and Islamic religions, we have thought of God not only as a monarch, but as the maker of the world. And as a result of that, we look upon the world as an artifact, a sort of machine created by a great engineer. There's a different conception in India, where the world is not seen as an artifact, but as a drama. And therefore, God is not the maker and architect of the universe, but the actor of it. And therefore is playing all the parts at once. And this connects up with the idea of each one of us as persons, because a person is a mask. From the Latin word persona, the mask worn by the actors in Greco-Roman drama. So this is an entirely different conception of the world, and as I think I shall be able to show you, it makes an amazing amount of sense. So we start from the premise that you, and you don't know who you are, you can't see yourself, and as I pointed out, you don't know how you grow your body, how you make your nervous system work, how you manage to emerge in this environment of nature. And so this unknown you, the you that is not you, the you that is not the ego, this is God. That is to say, not the cosmic boss, but the fundamental ground of being, the reality that always was, is, and will be, that lies at the basis of reality. That's you. Now, let's go into a more mythological kind of imagery. Suppose you are God. Suppose you have all time, all eternity, and all power at your disposal. What would you do? I believe you'd say to yourself after a while, man, get lost. It's like asking another question, which is, supposing you were given the power to dream any dream you wanted to dream every night. Naturally, you could dream any span of time. You could dream 75 years of time in one night, 100 years of time in one night, 1,000 years of time in one night. And it could be anything you wanted. You make up your mind before you went to sleep, tonight I'm going to dream of so-and-so. Well, naturally, you would start out by fulfilling all your wishes. You would have all the pleasures you could imagine, the most marvelous meals, the most entrancing love affairs, the most romantic journeys. You could listen to music such as no mortal has heard and see landscapes beyond our wildest dreams. And for several nights, oh, maybe for a whole month of nights, you would go on that way, having a wonderful time. But then after a while, you'd begin to think, well, I've seen quite a bit. Let's spice it up. let's have a little adventure. And therefore you would dream of yourself being threatened by all sorts of dangers. You would rescue princesses from dragons. You would perhaps engage in notable battles. You would be a hero. And then, as time went on, you would dare yourself to do more and more outrageous things. And at some point in the game, you would say, tonight I am going to dream in such a way that I don't know that I'm dreaming. So that you would take the experience of the dream for complete reality. And what a shock when you woke up. And you really scare yourself. And then on successive nights you might dare yourself to experience the most extraordinary things just for the contrast when you woke up. You could, for example, dream yourself in situations of extreme poverty, disease, agony. You could, as it were, work on the vibration of suffering to its most intense point, and then suddenly, whoop, wake up and find it was after all nothing but a dream and everything perfectly okay. And you would say, wow, man, that was a gas. Well, how do you know that that's not what you're doing already? You, sitting there with all your problems, with all your whole complicated life situation, listening to me, it may just be the very dream you decided to get into. If you like it, crazy. If you don't like it, what fun it'll be when you wake up. Do you see, this is the essence of drama. In drama, all the people who come there know it's only a play. The proscenium arch, the cinema screen tells us, well, this is an illusion. It is not for real. But the actors are trying to give us the sensation that it is for real. In other words, they are going to act their parts so convincingly that they're going to have us sitting on the edge of our seats in anxiety. They're going to make us laugh. They're going to make us cry. They're going to make us feel horror. Even though we know in the back of our minds, even though we have what in German is called a Hintergedanke, which is the thought way, way, way in the back of your mind that you're hardly aware of, but you really know all the time. In the theater, we have a Hintergedanke that it's only a play. But the mastery of the actor is that he is going to try almost to convince us that it's real. And so, therefore, imagine a situation where you have the best of all possible actors, namely God, and the best of all possible audiences, ready to be taken in and convinced that it's real, namely God, and that you are all many, many masks which the basic consciousness, the basic mind of the universe is assuming. To use a verse from G.K. Chesterton, and now a great thing in the street seems any human nod where move in strange democracy the million masks of God. And of course here it is. This is the mask of Vishnu, the preserver of the universe. And you see, it is a multiple mask to illustrate the fact that the one who looks out of my eyes and out of all your eyes is the same center. So, if I look at another human being and I look straight into their eyes, isn't that curious? We don't like doing that. There's something embarrassing about looking into our eyes too closely. As if, don't look at me that closely because I might give myself away. You might find out who I really am. And what do you suppose that would be? Do you suppose that another person who looks deeply into your eyes will read all the things you're ashamed of, all your faults, All the things you're guilty about? Or is there some deeper secret than that? The eyes are our most sensitive organ. And when you look and look and look into another person's eyes, you're first of all looking at the most beautiful jewels in the universe. And if you look down beyond that, you see, of course, it's the most beautiful jewel in the universe because that's the universe looking at you. We are the eyes of the cosmos. So that in a way, when you look deeply into somebody's eyes, you're looking deep into yourself. And the other person is looking deeply into the same self, which many-eyed, as this mask is many-faced, is looking out everywhere. One energy playing myriads of different parts. Why? Obviously, it's perfectly obvious. Because if you were God, and you knew everything, and were in control of everything, you would be bored to death. As I said, it would be like making love to a plastic woman. Everything would be completely predictable, completely known, completely clear, no mystery, no surprise whatever. Look at it in still another way. The object of our technology is to control the world. To have, as it were, a super electronic push-button universe where we can get anything we want, fulfill any desire simply by pushing a button. You know, you're Aladdin with the lamp. You rub it, the jinn comes and says, "Salam alaikum, I'm your humble servant. What do you wish?" Anything you want. And after a while of that, just as you would, in those dreams I describe, decide one day to forget that you were dreaming, you would say to the genie of the lamp, "I would like a surprise." Or God in the court of heaven might turn to his vizier and say, "O commander of the faithful, we are bored." And the vizier of the court would reply, "O king, live forever, but surely out of the infinitude of your wisdom you can discover some way of not being bored." And the king would reply, "O vizier, give us a surprise." You know, that's the whole basis of the story of the Arabian Nights. Here was a very powerful sultan who was bored. And therefore he challenged Sherazada to tell him a new story every night. So that the telling of tales, getting involved in adventures would never, never end. And that's, isn't it? Isn't that the reason why we go to the theater, why we go to the movies? Because we want to get out of ourselves. We want a surprise. And a surprise means that you have to other yourself. That is to say, there has to enter into your experience some element that is not under your control. So if our technology were to succeed completely, and everything were to be under our control, we should eventually say, we need a new button. In all these control buttons, we always have to have a button labeled surprise. And just so that it doesn't become too dangerous, we'll put a time limit on it. Surprise for 15 minutes, for an hour, for a day, for a month, a year, a lifetime. And then in the end, when the surprise circuit is finished, we'll be back in control and we'll all know where we are. And we'll heave a sigh of relief. But after a while, we'll press the button labeled surprise once more. So then, there's a curious rhythm to this, if you'll notice what I've been explaining. And this rhythm corresponds to the Hindu idea of the course of time and the way evolution works. And their idea is backwards from ours. First of all, Hindus think of time as circular, as going round. Look at your watch, after all, it goes round. But Westerners tend to think of time in a straight line, one-way street. And we got that idea from the Hebrew religion and from, in particular, St. Augustine. The idea that there is a time of creation, then a course of history which leads up to a final eschatological catastrophe, the end of the world, and after that the judgment, in which all things will be put to right, all questions answered, and justice dealt out to everyone according to his merits. And that'll be that. Thereafter the universe will be in a way static. There will be the eternally saved and the eternally damned. Now, many of us may not believe that today, but that has been a dominating belief throughout the course of Western history, and it has had a tremendously powerful influence on our culture. But the Hindus think of the world as going round and round and round for always and always, in a rhythm. And they calculate the rounds in periods that in Sanskrit are called kalpas, K-A-L-P-A, and each kalpa lasts for 4,320,000 years. And so a kalpa is the period, or manvantara, during which the world, as we know it, is manifested. And it is followed by a period, also a kalpa long, 4,320,000 years, which is called pralaya. And this means when the world is not manifested anymore. And these are the days and nights of Brahma, the Godhead. During the Manvantara, when the world is manifested, Brahma is asleep, dreaming that he is all us and everything that's going on. And during the Pralaya, which is his day, he's awake and knows himself or itself, because it's beyond sex or anything like that, for who and what he, she, it is. And then, once again, press button surprise. And as in the course of our dreaming, we would very naturally dream the most pleasant and rapturous dreams first, and then get more adventurous and experience and explore the hot dimensions of experience. So in the same way, the Hindus think of a kalpa, of the manifested universe, of the Manvantara, as divided into 4 periods. And these 4 periods are of different length. The first is the longest, and the last the shortest. And they are named in accordance with the throws in the Hindu game of dice. There are 4 throws. The throw of 4, the throw of 3, the throw of 2, the throw of 1. The throw of 4 is always the best throw, like the 6 in our game, and the throw of 1, the worst throw. Now, therefore, the first throw is called Krita. And the epoch, the long, long period for which this throw lasts is called a yuga. So we'll translate yuga an epoch, and we'll translate kalpa an eon. Now, the word Krita means done, as when we say, well done. And that is a period of the world's existence that we call the Golden Age, when everything is perfect, done to perfection. When it comes to an end, we get Treta Yuga. That means the throw of 3. And in this period of manifestation, something is a little off. In other words, there's an element of the uncertain, an element of insecurity, an element of adventure in things. It's like, you know, a 3-legged stool is not as secure as a 4-legged one. You're a little bit more liable to be thrown off balance. That lasts for a very long time too, but then we get next what is called Dvapara Yuga. Dva, that means 2. And in this period, the good and the bad, the pleasurable and the painful are equally balanced. But then finally, in the end, there comes Kali Yuga. And this means Kali, the worst throw, the throw of one, and this lasts for the shortest time. And this is the period of manifestation in which the unpleasurable, painful, diabolical principle finally takes over. But notice that it has the shortest innings. In other words, if you add up the periods of years which they assign to all the different yugas, you will see that the bad principle only has the stage for about 1/3 of the time. And at the end of the Kali Yuga, the myth goes on to say that the great destroyer of the worlds, God manifested as the destructive principle, Shiva, does a dance called the Tandava, and he appears blue-bodied with 10 arms, with lightning and fire appearing from every pore in his skin, and does a dance in which the universe is finally destroyed. There is that moment of cosmic death, which is, nevertheless, the waking up of Brahma, the creator. For as Shiva turns round and walks off the stage, seen from behind, he is Brahma, the creator, the beginning of it all again. And Vishnu, whose mask I have been showing you, is the preserver, that is to say, the going on of it all. The whole state of the Godhead being manifested as many, many faces. So, do you see that this is a philosophy of the role of evil in life, which is in a way rational and merciful? You see, if we thought God is playing with the world, He's created it for His pleasure, and He has created all these other beings than Himself, and they go through the most horrible torments. You know, terminal cancer, children being burned with napalm, concentration camps, the Inquisition, the horrors that human beings go through. How is that possibly justifiable under any system where we say, well, some God created it, and if a God didn't create it, and there's nobody in charge, and there's no rationality to the whole thing, but it's just a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury signifying nothing, then you're liable to say the only out is suicide. It's a ridiculous system. But suppose it isn't that. Suppose it's the kind of thing I've described to you. Supposing that it isn't that God has all these victims and is pleasing Himself, showing off His justice by either rewarding them or punishing them. Supposing it's quite different from that. Supposing that God is the one playing all the parts, that God is the child being burned to death with napalm. There is no victim except the victor. All the different roles which are being experienced, all the different feelings which are being felt by the one who originally desires, decides, wills to go into that very situation. Curiously enough, there's something parallel to this in Christianity. Very few people know about it. There's a passage in St. Paul's epistle to the Philippians in which he says a very curious thing. He says, "Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus, who, being in the form of God, did not think identity with God a thing to be clung to, but humbled himself, and made himself of no reputation, and was found in fashion as a man, and became obedient to death, even to the death of the cross." You see, here you have exactly the same process. The idea of God becoming human, suffering all that human beings can suffer, even death. And St. Paul is saying, let this mind be in you. That is to say, let the same kind of consciousness be in you that was in Jesus Christ. Okay, Jesus Christ knew he was God. Wake up and find out eventually who you really are. Well, in our culture, of course, they'll say you're crazy or you're blasphemous, and they'll either put you in jail or in the nut house, which is the same thing. But if you wake up in India and you tell your friends and relations, my goodness, I've just discovered that I'm God, they'll laugh and say, oh, congratulations. At last you found out.
How does one wake up in the morning and say, I want to donate a kidney to a stranger?
What would you do to save the life of someone you love? Would you donate an organ? I bet many of you would if it meant you could save the life of your spouse, a member of your family, or even a friend. But how far would you go to not only save the life of someone you don't know, but the life of someone you'll never even meet?
When I heard about kidney donations, my first thought was, why is there not a line down the block of the hospital? I would just think everybody would want to do this kind of thing. I really am fascinated by people who look for a connection through something dark.
Well, you may know him as a Hollywood superstar from movies like The Social Network or his Oscar-winning film A Real Pain. Someone out there has a different relationship to Jesse because they're walking around with his kidney. Here's the thing. They don't even know it. They received a kidney from an anonymous donor. So why endure an abdominal surgery to help a complete stranger with no strings attached? That's what newspapers and magazines have been asking Jesse for months, but he's refused to give anyone an interview.
Well, as you know from our messages, I was like incredibly hesitant. I've turned down every interview that I've been asked to do, and I've been asked to do tons of interviews and speak at things, and I don't do it. And I thought, you have a young audience of people who are health curious. Those are the people who are going to hear this and think, oh, I'm that person.
And in a first for the Checkup podcast, Jesse doesn't tell the complete story. To help round out the clinical side of organ transplantation, we have Dr. Robert Montgomery, the director of NYU Langone Transplant Institute, which handled Jesse's donation. But for now, please help me in welcoming Jesse Eisenberg to the Checkup podcast.
Working in Hollywood, you have a diverse array of characters, quite literally, figuratively, theoretically. Is it difficult to mingle with people who come from such diverse backgrounds and schools of thought, especially when it comes to politics and such?
I think you're might be mischaracterizing Hollywood. It's it's much more homogenous politically than, well, yeah, of course. I mean, you know, it's people who get into the arts, you know, and have maybe like a real feeling of not only rebelliousness, but also driven by, you know, great empathy, because you want to think about characters and stories and embody those emotions, and you feel comfortable expressing yourself. You know, it's all things that I would associate more with like liberal politics, and, you know, kind of, you know, most Hollywood stories are underdog stories. We value kind of the Mr. Smith Goes to Washington kind of thing. And so so that to me is all associated with what I would consider to be, you know, liberal ideals.
Yeah, I guess I was thinking about it more from a science perspective. And when we look at the perhaps less than ideal scientific environment.
Mhm.
That has shifted across aisles where perhaps 20, 30 years ago, it was more prevalent on the liberal side of things. Now it's kind of overreached into the libertarian conservative side of thought. So I'm curious, when you're speaking to someone in Hollywood who's
so
perhaps
You're talking about like
anti-science,
the
anti-vaccine.
horseshoe theory of healthcare.
Oh, tell me about the horseshoe theory.
Oh no, the horseshoe theory of politics is just that, and the extreme left and the extreme right are far closer than they
yeah.
are to the center. But so in terms of like health stuff, yes, you occasionally see somebody who has a like notion about an epidemic that's different than your notions.
I love that you call them notions.
Well, I don't know what else to, I don't know what other euphemisms I could use. Yeah, but it's first of all, it's far less frequent than you might imagine.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, to be like working on like a major movie, it just sorry, a major movie. All I mean is like to, it's like it's small and like
A big production, basically.
yeah. I just mean like, you're vetted by so many levels of a system that, you tend to be a little more like, I would say, mainstream about your, thoughts about that stuff. And, for a while, like, I think for COVID at least, it was a requirement that you're vaccinated to work on a big production. So, maybe it weeds out some people.
Yeah. Being as grounded as you are, empathetic as you are, do
Yeah,
you
continue. Yeah, I mean, okay.
do you ever get questioning? Do you ever begin questioning yourself about things perhaps you should be doing for your health but aren't doing? Do you ever go down that path, looking for quick fixes, thinking about preventive healthcare in a way that is very exciting, very passionate?
Oh, that's interesting. Not really. I had to I played like a bodybuilder in a movie like 3 years ago or something. And yes, I was just like trying to gain weight. It's like a struggle for me to gain weight, which I know is like enviable, I guess. But like in my situation for that, it was difficult because I really wanted to gain, not just weight, but muscle. And so, yeah, I was like taking, creatine. I mean, I'm not doing steroids or anything like that. But yes, I was trying, I was working with a guy, a trainer or whatever, but I was taking like all sorts of supplements I didn't know anything about.
Did you notice a change with the supplements?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
I
okay.
gained a lot of muscle, for this movie.
But probably not from the supplements, more so from the workouts and
I'm sure.
nutrition.
Yeah, sure. I couldn't tell you if I was taking like a chalk in a capsule or creatine
Fair.
or I have
Yeah.
no idea about that stuff. And I recognize that, or I have like a skepticism about, the supplement industry.
You do?
Yeah, of course.
Well, that's exciting. I don't know. These days, a lot of people just have natural belief in it.
Oh, well, I know. I understand the temptation to have a belief in it, but am I wrong in saying that it's like just a totally unregulated market and we don't know what's in there, and every time they test, people come back surprised?
Keep going. That was so good.
Is that
yeah,
true?
that's very true.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Okay. So that seems to be the case.
And it's, I think your view of it is quite pure because of if you're spending a lot of time on social media, which unfortunately I do because of my work and trying to understand these perspectives, I find that there is this huge belief in this unregulated industry, so much so that it corrupts people's relationship with healthcare as a whole. And that gets me really upset and frustrated and all of that.
Oh, you're saying the suspicion around something that you should be suspicious about then bleeds into things that you should not be suspicious about?
Partly, yes, but also the fact that they have created an enemy of the healthcare system, of the pharmaceutical industry. They've heard so much negative about it that they now view this as the cure for it.
Oh, I see.
Where it
Do you
is.
think this just comes from a sense of boredom?
I think it's going to be individually dependent a lot, but
Like if we were in a war zone, wouldn't we all just want penicillin at the ready?
yes.
And is it based on the fact that we're not in a war zone that we want fish oils?
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
yeah. It's problems of progress.
Yeah, problems of progress.
Yeah, or
That's
safetyism.
Of what?
Safetyism, that we live in a safer society, crime rates are lower than they were the decade before and the decade prior. So
Yeah.
as a result, we're creating worries that perhaps are unnecessary worries, and we have more free time, especially these days when we can have food delivered to us, pretty much everything delivered to us at our beck and call, and you don't have to be a billionaire in order to have that happen.
That's interesting. I recognize a kind of cousin of that in myself, and I wonder if you share it too, because we have semi-similar backgrounds, which is like Eastern European families. And I recognize in myself a kind of like anxiety about nothing. You know, I think just based on like, you know, generations and generations of people worried about getting killed. I feel a kind of paranoia, but I tack it on to things like I had too much coffee this morning and I might not sleep in 12 hours from now because I had too much. And I find myself worrying about things that are just fantastical nonsense. But I think maybe it's because I have been wired for war. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like, you know, my wife's family is a similar immigrant story to your family, and experienced real horrors. And my wife is, you know, a paranoid, but she thinks it's because that there might be asbestos in our house, you know, when it's been painted over for generations and it's fine. You know, stuff like that. Do you have this feeling at all based on your family history as well?
I don't know that I necessarily have that feeling, but I definitely yearn for control probably more than the average person, which is why being on a plane freaks me out. More so now than ever before.
I see, just not being in control of the...
Yeah, just
I
not being in
understand.
control of the scenario.
Did your family suffer the horrors of the past?
I don't know that they suffered specifically horrors of the past. I know that there was a lot of anti-Semitism where we were growing up in Russia, and that's the reason why we left.
Yeah. And during World War II, they were where? Were they fighting in the Russian army? Or?
Hard to know. My grandfather was part of the war. He was part of the Russian Air Force, and he was very pro-Stalin, go Stalin, and my dad was very anti-Stalin. So it was interesting how the generations would debate amongst themselves, and I didn't know which side to take.
Your dad was
obviously.
alive during Stalin?
No, but you know,
the ethos of Stalin.
Ethos of Stalin,
Oh, wow.
and discussing how terrible he treated the population versus my grandfather, who served in his military, believed that he should support it. So I saw their conflict about it.
I see.
I get confused in thinking about that notion that anxieties could be coming from generations of the past is because on one side, it seems like sci-fi, right? Oh, we're suffering as a result of our past generation suffering.
Oh, that's not how I think about it at all.
Oh, how do you think about it?
I don't think about it in any kind of like molecular level.
But here's the cool thing. There is a molecular pathway.
I bet there is.
Oh,
That's
okay.
just, I'm not smart enough to conceive of that. So I just think of it very practically, is that my mom, you know, who grew up with paranoid parents, who grew up with paranoid grandparents, who grew up with paranoid great-grandparents, she used to wake me up in the middle of the night because she would have dreams that I was drowning, and she wanted to make sure I was alive. So she would wake me up and tell me that she had a nightmare about me drowning. And so, of course, I had never learned how to swim. So yes, there perhaps is this cellular, you know, whatever memory.
Sure.
But
then
I
there's
just
the
think,
human aspect.
Yeah, I just think of it as this very obvious thing of my mom was paranoid that I was going to drown because
Yeah.
her parents were paranoid that the Cossacks were going to, you know what I mean? Something like that.
And it highlights the notion of how much humans are nature and nurture.
Of course.
And the combination
Can you
of the
explain
two.
to me the biological
Yeah, I
component?
wish I was smart enough to explain it well, but there is something called epigenetics, where your experiences and how you move through the world can impact your genetic code and your genetic expression. So if you have this family history of people who were highly anxious, highly nervous about not dancing in the prairie because there were lions about or there was a military coming, perhaps that has been passed down genetically to you in a way where perhaps the genes weren't impacted, but the expression of those genes were impacted. And then there's the behavioral aspect, because from a survival standpoint, if your parents are a certain way and it taught you to survive in that way, you then pass that down to your children. But now I'm seeing it kind of on the flip side, where a lot of my patients' children are doing the opposite of what their parents are doing, or perhaps disagreeing with them on the political side of things. How do you fall on that when discussing politics or stuff with your family?
Oh, we're completely in line. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't like discussing politics in public because I just feel silly. Because my platform is not from politics. My platform is from, you know, running from zombies in an effective way. So I feel a little silly talking about politics because I feel unqualified. But, you know, I come from a very, very cliche, you know, liberal Jewish family, you know, 100 years of voting for American Democrats. I mean, you know, and it's, you know, and it's very simply summarized by my aunt, who was my mentor in my life. She died at 100, and 107 in 2019. I lived with her
Holy
in
shit,
my
so
30s.
tree. The
She was my
fuck,
main
girl?
relative that I was close to and admired. Anyway,
What did you admire about her?
Oh, she just was so practical. She grew up in Poland, and she was just like so comically unsentimental, and I just I wish I had that. I wish I grew up in her era where I could be like that too, instead of this kind of worried, anxious about social situation, all this nonsense that just seems like fantasy. But anyway, just to explain my politics really briefly, I just asked her once, have you voted for a Republican ever? And she said no. And I said, why? And she said, because I care about the poor. She said this so bluntly, and I'm sure many Republicans care about the poor and everything, but for me, it just explained this kind of coming here poor to America and just kind of caring about the people that you identify with. So anyway, that was our family's politics, but there's nothing more fascinating than that about it, or strident. Yeah, in terms of her, I admire that so much. This kind of, because it's the opposite of the world I live in. The world I live in, because I'm an actor, is where we talk about everything that we're thinking and everything that we're doing. And I'm sitting here with a mic an inch from my face, as I often am sitting with a mic an inch from my face. And I'm so disgusted by that, by myself, that of course I end up admiring these people who not only are not touting their own accomplishments, but actually kind of turned off to the idea that their accomplishments should be discussed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's interesting how in Hollywood it almost forces you to behave in that way in order to be successful.
Yes.
Right? Because if you're not promoting the movie, it seems like you're disinterested and you can actually come off more problematic.
Great point. That's a great point. I'm in this weird industry and in a weird time where, when I started acting, there was people would go on Jay Leno's show, The Tonight Show, now Jimmy Fallon. People would go on Leno, and it would be seen, everybody liked Jay Leno personally, but it would be seen as I got to go on this show. It felt like selling out. This was in the late 90s, early 2000s. And it felt like the worst thing you could do is I have to go talk about the movie and everything. And now you have to rap on Jimmy Fallon with your shirt off in order to sell your movie. And again, it's fine. That's all fine. And Jimmy Fallon's really great too, and everybody loves him, and he's brilliant, and the show's great, and everything like that. But the kind of the slope of kind of what we open ourselves up to publicly is so steep. And since I started acting, and so I have a little bit of that old mentality of I should not talk about myself so much. I should not do all these games and make myself look so cute and accessible, because A, it makes me uncomfortable, but B, does it really help my job when I'm trying to play a character and you're trying to believe that the story is this? But primarily it just makes me feel a little strange.
Sure. What do you think has driven that change in Hollywood, that people feel they need to be more accessible?
Well, first of all, it's a necessity of the industry. You're auditioning for so few parts. Actors are up for so few parts, and I cast movies now because I'm making movies, and when I get
Flex.
What's that?
Flex.
Yeah, no idea. But when I get resumes from the agents, it talks about how many followers they have, and this is something that I don't consider because my movies are not big commercial things, but it's something definitely somebody is considering.
Interesting.
And maybe even my investors are considering, so that's a thing. So that's part of it. A lot of people would say this is a necessity. And then of course there's the temptation to have your thoughts and feelings and jokes in public, and people just have that temptation. I do too, but I do it in different ways. I wrote a comic essay that's in the New Yorker this week. That is my version of Twitter. I want to have my funny jokes, public, because whatever, narcissism. But I have maybe access to old style media, like a magazine or a traditional movie that allows me to exercise all that stuff that I want to do,
Yeah.
And if I didn't have that stuff, then sure, I'd be on Twitter all day doing my jokes, of course.
Yeah. You know what upset me so much after our Time Magazine meeting was that I went to go try and find that Time Magazine in a bodega somewhere in New York.
Yeah.
And I walked 2 miles,
Yeah.
stopping at every bodega. Not one sold magazines.
Wait, oh, was that right?
Yeah.
No one sold magazines. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
So as a
Yeah.
medium, it was like, oh man, magazines aren't a thing anymore. People don't seem to
That's true. But
want to
what
purchase
about
them.
the internet time?
Well, yeah, you could find it
people watching
online.
there? Yeah. But
so.
I imagine that's
Just the
where most
medium
people
has
are looking
changed,
at.
and
Of course.
maybe I romanticize it a bit of like opening the thing and seeing like, oh my god, there.
Yeah,
it
of
is.
course.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
I'm curious. You talk a lot in other podcasts, and we've actually discussed it a bit with your experience with social anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
And interestingly enough, like even with the Time Magazine event that we were both very lucky to attend, I saw you for sitting across the room, and I have also. I consider myself an introvert. I have social anxiety, and I said, "Oh, I'd love to approach you to have this conversation that we're having today."
Mm-hmm.
And it took 100,000 effort to just come over and say hi to you. How do you do that at scale in Hollywood when you're meeting all these very big name, high profile individuals? How do you handle your social anxiety? What strategies do you use?
Oh, I guess I don't go to a lot of things. There are some people who do go to a lot of things. I'm just not one of them.
Okay.
And so I don't really have that. But, a lot of times when I'm at, some industry thing, like I went to the premiere of a play the other night, like I knew half the audience because we worked together in theater.
Okay.
And so when you know somebody and you work with them in theater, especially in theater, where you kind of, you're overwhelmed with the feeling of warmth for these people, at least that's my feeling. And then some like bigger industry things that I'm forced to go to an award show or something. Yeah, that's not like my place of comfort. And I don't know that I have any good strategies, but it's like an obligation. When I was, first got kind of well known and I got invited to award shows and stuff, I would complain to my father all the time. This was during the Obama administration, so I would tell my dad, I can't believe I have to go to this thing. It's so stupid. It's so shallow. It's so fake. Everybody acts so fake. My dad said, Obama is probably, sitting with, a contingent of, farmers in Iowa right now. Does he really want to go to that so he can listen about, corn seeding, for 3 hours? No, but you do things out of obligation because they're a bigger part of your job and respect for your industry. And as soon as he said that, I saw everything completely different. I saw these award shows as promoting an industry that's been good to me and televising an award show. And sure, awards are all shallow and all that stuff. But my father gave me such great perspective to understand that these are like, the kind of obligatory things of being lucky in a competitive industry and supporting an industry that's allowed me to have a family and an apartment and everything.
Is your dad a therapist? Because that's like cognitive behavioral therapy with changing I have to do something. We call it masturbation, actually.
What do you mean?
Masturbation.
I understand.
Because we all often say like, we must do something, we have to do something, when in reality, you're fortunate enough to do it, or you actually do want to do it. So Obama wants to sit with those farmers because he wants to be president.
That's right. That's a great way to think
that
about
mind
it.
shift set that he created for you is what we would achieve to do in cognitive behavioral therapy.
Oh, that's interesting. Yes. Is there some point though where you would tell somebody, yeah, don't do that, create your boundary?
Well, it would be a choice, and you have to come to a place where you're comfortable making the choice and living with the consequences of making that choice. So perhaps if you don't want to meet with farmers, you'd be making that choice in perhaps the risk of your presidency or your campaign. And if you're okay with that risk, that's a risk calculation that's comfortable for you.
Right, like anything
which is
else.
all life is.
Yeah, it's like anything else. That's really interesting. That's really interesting. So I guess that's kind of what I was doing. But I guess also it just kind of made me look at things in a way that was less worried about them being shallow or meaningful and more just about, and it's also a little bit of like humbling of my own, kind of pretense, I would say.
Sure. This is a bit of a strange question, but do you find it more difficult to fail in private or succeed in public for your nervous system?
Wait, more difficult?
Yeah. Like what's more of a strain for you? Because it seems like going to these award shows is succeeding in public.
Yeah.
But would you rather succeed in public and have that difficulty on your nervous system or fail in private?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I am like a wired as like a not very happy person. And so both things kind of make me feel really uncomfortable. And so I do notice that like when I'm, I went through like a period of like not working that much and stuff, and like I was really depressed, and I thought my career is over. And then 2 years later, I don't have a second free, and I'm getting praised or whatever, and I feel like this is so awful and meaningless. This is so disgusting. Who have I turned into? And so yeah, I think I'm wired a certain way to like kind of be not pleased with my own feelings about things. And so I'm not sure. Both are really uncomfortable for me. I guess at least if you're working, you're making a living, and I guess there's some like
the practical sense,
there's
of
practical benefits of like being unhappy about success. I guess.
Yeah, that's really interesting because in thinking about the hedonic treadmill of it all, of seeing follower counts or movie box office results, you constantly want to see better. When you don't see better, you get upset. When you take a break from doing it, you're wondering why you're not doing it. You start questioning yourself.
Of course.
And that anxiety is just perpetually there no matter what. It's kind of ingrained in us in humans. It's the power of negativity or the power of bad that we all experience. And I think the power of negativity is why I think podcasts have risen to such popularity, and social media as a whole, as a sort of platform, because people love to look for controversy. That's why rubbernecking exists, why humans, when they see a fight, we all want to run and watch. So social media is just an extension of that. In fact, in a lot of ways, the social media algorithm is just a mirror of us as a society.
What's the purpose of us being attracted to that kind of thing?
That's a good question. Perhaps with your bachelor's degree, you'd probably be more suited to answer that question.
And anthropology.
Yeah.
Over the course of 18 years, getting a bachelor's degree. No, I'm like the least qualified to answer anything. I don't know. I remember when there was like fights in school, and remember in middle school, they were like, they're going to fight on the lawn, which was like a block and a half away. And I remember just being terrified. I remember just feeling like a little kid. Like, I can't.
Like worried for them?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh.
And really turned my stomach that there was this bloodlust amongst my peers. Like, we want to go watch that. Oh, it just scared me so much. I can remember it now. I can remember these sweet, thin kids fighting each other on the lawn, and just how sad I was to be there. And I couldn't look up, and I was sad. And I knew these kids, they were sweethearts. They were sweet kids. They were both in the good spelling group and reading group and everything. And then they were fighting. It just disgusted me to this day. Yeah,
wow. You have such a strong level of empathy.
Oh, is that what it is?
I mean, you're seeing someone else experience something and you're having all the feelings of it, which is the mirroring that our neurons do quite well.
Oh.
But you're doing it and experiencing at such a high level. So I'm curious, does that help you in your line of work because you're able to mirror so well?
Oh, maybe. I didn't, think about it. The only thing I do think about it, maybe I had never connected this, but I started my writing career as a playwright, and I've had like 5 plays here in New York, and I'm often criticized for writing unlikable characters, and to me these characters are incredibly likable because they do mean things in the plays and everything, but to me my heart breaks for these kind of broken people who are misbehaving, and I was always shocked that I would get characterized this way. And then after I did The Social Network too, I did a few other movies where I played a mean person. I did a Batman movie. I played a villain. I do these Now You See Me movies. I play these arrogant characters. We just had a new one come out a few months ago. And to me, I sympathize with these people. They're control freaks, and they're anxious and I get criticized for, once again, playing an arrogant, mean, unlikable character. And it's funny, I'm just connecting this now for the first time because you brought up empathy. Maybe I do have empathy for people like that, whereas mainstream audiences, it seems, between my plays and these movies, maybe don't connect to my characters as much as I do. They see it as unlikable, whereas to me it seems like, no, these are
flawed humans, like we all are.
We should have the most sympathy for these people.
Yeah.
The first movie I directed, I got really criticized. It was called When You Finish Saving the World, for having 2 leads that were like not relatable lead roles. And to me, my heart broke for those 2 people. And mainstream audiences really rejected the movie as not finding a way into these characters. And it taught me a lot about what audiences want. And then for my second movie, which was the one I made in Poland, I completely reimagined my connection to I completely reimagined what an audience would feel for characters, and I made them far more likable.
Interesting. So you actually had to shift as a result of adapting to the mainstream audience.
Out of a complete terror and panic, because I was editing my first movie, and we were sending out the screeners early on. While you're editing, you send it out just for kind of feedback
like
from
a
other
testing
people.
thing.
Yes, we sent it out to an editor who's like one of the great editors in American film, and he just screamed at me for an hour on the phone. How could I have made something like this? The characters, there was no way in, and they were not doing things that were sympathetic. And I realized, he's going to be the voice of a lot of people. And so, even before we were halfway through finish editing that movie, I wrote my next movie, which was about two kids going to see where their, family died in the Holocaust. How much more sympathy can you have? And a lot of that was just a reaction to feeling like, I'd done something that was not aligned with general audiences.
Do you share the same empathy that you have for these villainous characters that perhaps you would also feel for those who are part of the justice system, that are criminals, that have been sentenced to crimes? Do you also feel that level of empathy for them as well?
Oh my God, of course. Yeah, of course. I mean, unless somebody seems, like a immoral,
Yeah, I'm curious, like, what is your level? Like, if you see someone do a truly heinous act, because I'm trying to think about this from a movie script perspective, obviously.
Yeah.
So you have someone who is a serial killer, but do you then start wondering about their mindset? How do they get there?
Yes, that's where my mind goes immediately. I don't have this bloodlust or feeling of deep revenge or retribution.
Or justice. Yeah.
No, I don't have that. I have a feeling of what is driving that person. God, their lives must be miserable too. Does anybody want to be a killer?
From a place of curiosity or from a place of, I'd like to fix that?
Oh, I guess, yeah, that's a great question. I guess I don't really think of myself as a, fixer.
Okay.
I just am reacting to it kind of on a gut level of feeling bad. I feel very lucky to be able to be nice. To me, that's a great privilege. It means I don't have to worry about where my next meal is coming from. It means I have enough resources that I can go and help somebody if they drop something on the street or donate an organ or whatever. This is a great privilege, when there are limited resources, it's understandable that people become competitive and mean.
Sure.
When you're hungry, think about how angry we get when we're hungry now. And we have,
hangry. We have a word for it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So imagine a population who's experiencing that and what it must do to them. Yeah, of course.
How does one wake up in the morning and say, I want to donate a kidney to a stranger?
For me, I just I think we briefly spoke. I had heard about it on a podcast, and they were talking about effective altruism. It was an interview with somebody who was part of that movement, and they talked about donating a kidney not being like a big deal. And
interesting.
Well, I mean, it's not. I mean, I have experienced zero negative consequences. Zero. I don't have to even watch the alcohol I drink. I've experienced zero negative consequences.
I love that. That's the barometer. Do I have to watch how much alcohol?
Well, yeah, no. For me, it's like I don't drink much anyway. But all I'm saying is even my most, let's say, debaucherous activity doesn't have to be curtailed. Not that I'm so thrilled I get to drink. But no, but it's true. So I don't know. Look, I come from a family of vegetarians. I'm not a vegetarian. When we just did Thanksgiving, what we do is Thanksgiving, where we adopt turkeys, put the turkeys' pictures on the table while we eat tofu. And my sister reads from Jonathan Safran Foer's Eating Animals book, where she stands up and reads, they clip the beaks off the turkey with a boiling knife, and so we're not eating meat, but we're also shamed about meat eating as a concept. And we adopt these turkeys, and the pictures of the turkeys are on the table with names and what they like doing, like facing into a nice breeze or something.
Where do you adopt them from? How does one adopt a turkey?
Oh, from maybe the Farm Sanctuary, which is a place upstate, which adopts, which rescues animals.
Got it.
Anyway, I say all this because I'm a meat eater. I leave that knowing everything that my sister's read in the book about the hot knife and factory farming, and I eat meat. And I recognize totally this is not ethical. This is something I think we'll probably look back on the factory farming system as completely, unethical, retrograde, brutal. And I don't do that. So I'm not like a great person. I recognize that. There are things in my life
Is that the barometer that you have to be perfect to be great?
No, but I think if you know a lot about something and you still choose not to engage with it, then yeah, there's some ethical gap there. I know so much about the factory farming system because I grew up in a family with vegetarians and vegans. And so I don't do anything about it. So yeah, I think there's a gap there in my ethics. You know, if I was ignorant about it, I wouldn't have as much, I think, complicity. So with the kidney thing, to me, it was like a non-sacrifice in any way. To me, you know, I talked to my sister about it. She's nervous. She wants to do it because she heard about it from me and everything, but she's nervous to do it for a dozen reasons, like a lot of people who say that they're very nervous to do it for a dozen reasons. And yet I look at her getting a soy milk latte or something, and I'm like, I can't believe she's
Making
not
that
getting
sacrifice.
Yeah. So I think, you know, I think we think of sacrifices. My wife's a teacher. She goes to school every day. I sometimes go in with her and I'm like, this is a grueling job. You know, you don't get to talk about what you want to talk about. You have to talk about, you know, this Gothic series that the curriculum's forcing them to read, you know. And so, you know, I think we all have sacrifices. You drove in 2 hours today from your house. I, you know, walked from 13 blocks, you know. You made a sacrifice because you have dogs and you want to live in the suburbs. I live in the city because it's convenient to everything that I want to do. So I think we all have sacrifices we want to make, and we're all calculating the risk rewards of those sacrifices. And for me, donating a kidney, I can't even, I don't even call it a sacrifice. I got treated like a king in a hospital for 3 days. I got, you know, they give you a lunch order and you could order anything you want on the thing. It's exciting because you press a little button on the computer on your TV of what you want to eat. And to me, it was like just this fun experience where I got kind of like treated really nicely. And yes, it also ends up, you know, saving somebody's life, but it's too abstract a concept for me to even understand that it's saving somebody's life. I don't know who the person is. I don't know what it means to have.
Did you choose not to know the person, who the person is?
Kind of, like you have to opt in to know who the person is. And so the baseline is not knowing. You know, if you want to know who it is, it's quite an effort. You have to write a letter to them, and they have to choose to accept and write a letter to you, and it goes through the intermediaries through the hospitals. To me, it was like, you know, the truth of my surgery was unusual, which is that the person who was my intended recipient, who I did not know, came into the hospital while I was getting my operation. They came into their hospital in Pennsylvania or Chicago or something, and they were sick. They couldn't get the operation that day.
Oh, wow.
So while I was like halfway through my surgery, obviously I'm unaware, they had to find another recipient. So they called the next person down in a different state, you know, and that person has to get their bags, pack up their family, whatever they need, and go to the hospital because my kidney comes out of me, gets put on a helicopter at the hospital.
Very VIP kidney you have.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It goes to Teterboro Airport, the private airport in outside the city, and it flies to another city, goes to a helicopter, and goes to that hospital. Wow. So it's an immediate process. My kidney was out by, 10 in the morning and was in somebody at 3. Isn't that incredible?
Wow. And is that person aware that it's your kidney? Like, you might not be aware, but are they?
They're not, but I was thinking, since I'm like doing some interviews now about it, and I may have mentioned when I donated my kidney, maybe if people are like internet savvy and curious, maybe they would suspect, but there were probably, a dozen people getting new kidneys that day.
Okay, fair. Because it would be interesting if you come home one day and there's a letter and it's like, thank you for the kidney. And you wouldn't know if that's real or not.
Yeah, I started writing a movie 10 years ago and I didn't finish it, but it's about, somebody who donates their kidney and then...
This is before you donated your kidney.
Yeah.
So you were interested in this process long before you pulled the trigger.
Well, I really am fascinated by people who look for a connection through something dark. And so I, thought of a guy, a very lonely person, donates their kidney to a man with a family and a life and a job, and then because this donor has not much going on in their lives, they attach themselves to this person who then feels compelled to be friends with them because they saved their lives.
Right.
But that donor overtakes their life. And I mentioned this to a doctor, and the doctor was saying, like, please don't do that.
To scare people away from the process.
Yeah, so it's on the back burner now.
So why, when you're writing this 10 years ago, you weren't thinking about donating a kidney, but then in 2025 you were?
Really what had happened was this. I was listening to this podcast, and maybe maybe 10 years ago, maybe 2015 or something. I was listening to this podcast, and they were talking about kidney donations and effective altruism, and they mentioned something called Be the Match, which was, I think, for like bone marrow or something. And so that I listened to the podcast, and I went online and I ordered a Be the Match kit, which is they send you like a swab for your cheek or whatever.
Sure.
And so I sent it in, and I never heard back. I knew I was on the list because I would get emails from Be
They
the Match.
rejected you.
Well, yeah. They're like, this is your mouth is gross. But basically, I would get emails. I knew I was on the mailing list because I would get emails from Be the Match, but it was never that I was a match.
Okay.
And I conflated that with not being able to donate a kidney. And so I thought, oh, I'm not a donor. But I think really it's just for bone marrow.
I suspect that's the case, yeah.
So now it's 10 years later. This summer. I'm trying to write a movie about doctors in Guatemala. So I go to Guatemala and I'm with a doctor. She's from California, but she's my guide in Guatemala, in rural Guatemala. She runs clinics there. And she's great. And we're talking about healthcare for a week because that's what the thing I'm writing is about. And I told her, I really do want to donate a kidney. And she said, oh, yeah, you could do that. I said, I've been waiting for 10 years. I haven't heard back from this thing. And she goes, don't you live in New York? I said, yeah. She goes, go to NYU across the I'm on the west side. She goes across the city, go to NYU. And so I got back from that trip. I made a call to NYU, and I don't know, within 5 days, I was in there getting tests.
Do you just call like the 1-800 number and say, hey, I'm trying to donate a kidney?
I called the kidney donation, whatever, or I sent an email saying I would like to do this or whatever. You check a box. I don't know. Everything's so easy now. And so, and then maybe I got a call from the person who became my coordinator, this wonderful woman, Angie Bello, and she took me through the process. It was quick. I could do the surgery whenever I wanted. I did it around my schedule, which strangely turned out to be a December 30th kidney donation.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. And so, but that's just because like I didn't have time off work, but otherwise I could have done it earlier, No, and it couldn't have been an easier process.
Who was the first person you told that you wanted to do this?
I told my friend Jim, and Jim told me, wait till your parents are dead.
Why that specific?
Because the idea is if you need your kidney, if your parents need a kidney, you should be there to give it to them.
Okay.
And the way the kidney donations work, though, you're probably aware, but I think most people are not aware that when you donate a kidney, anonymously, like I did, you can put a list of 5 people who will all rise to the top of the list. So there's a waiting list of like 90,000 people. But if I donate my kidney, I put my wife and kid and my parents, sister on this list, so that if they need a kidney, they're at the top of the list. The idea being they shouldn't suffer because I donated something, anonymously.
Sure.
And so that took care of that. And my friend Jim was, pacified immediately. I told my wife, and I thought, maybe she would make a bigger deal. She was like, oh, okay, that's a good idea. My wife works in social service. My wife's mother ran a domestic violence shelter for 35 years. They're all activists and do-gooders. My wife works, she's a teacher, but she started disability justice program. And, they're do-gooders. And so my wife probably looks at my thing as like kind of this, easy little thing, because she's doing more work and it's life's work for them. I told my parents and they were, I guess they were, like, they said, oh, that sounds really nice. My mom, tried to do a thing later, a few weeks later, like, I do want to talk to you about it. This kind of like, motherly
to try and
thing.
talk you out of it, or?
I think it was more just to like show a concern.
Got it.
I don't know if it was, she's very sweet. I don't know if it was like a performative thing, like not performative, but like just felt like she had to.
Instinctual,
yeah. But goodness, after I did it, my whole family was like, this is amazing. We're all looking into it. My sister immediately spoke to a friend of her doctor, and because she's, thinking if she has children, when she should coordinate it. And my dad was saying, I'm thinking about doing it too. It really, because it was such a non-issue, and because I recovered so quickly and so, not perfectly, but no, perfectly. I recovered to be 100%. I don't know what the medical term for that is.
Do you have a cool scar?
I have a, like a 3 or 4 inch bikini line scar is what they call it. And then I have 3 holes, but they're tiny.
Nice. Okay.
The bigger one is where they pull the kidney out, but the other ones are where they do the, the laparoscopic operation, You know, so anyway, because my family saw that the consequences were essentially zero. You know, fewer consequences of my wife having a C-section than women having a C-section, which we don't look at in the same way. We look at somebody donating their kidney. Oh my God, you know, went through surgery. But, you know, if you have a C-section, it seems just like another option. But God, my wife had more trouble recovering from a C-section than I did my
Did you have to go through a screening process of any kind, making sure you're healthy, that you're not at risk for kidney stones that might hurt your other kidney or something like that?
This was the most amazing part of this, which, you know, maybe you've heard of before, but I'd never considered the following. So I had a battery of tests done. You have, you know, you go through, what is it, CAT scans of your entire torso. Tell me what the medical things are. I mean, you know,
I don't know which, maybe MRIs,
blood work,
yeah.
urinalysis for every possible thing. So, you know, one of the things they say about kidney donations is that people who donate a kidney live longer than their non-donating peers. But that is just because it's a self-selecting process. So if you are in a position to donate a kidney, you're very healthy.
Yeah.
And therefore you live longer than your non-donating peers in the sense that you've been filtered out because of your good health.
Right.
So I got, you know, a battery of tests done, you know, multiple visits to the hospital. And the most interesting part of this entire experience for me was sitting in waiting rooms with people who were having the worst day of their lives. I'm sitting in waiting rooms getting an MRI of people who are finding out they have cancer. I'm sitting in waiting rooms to give blood multiple days with people who are there because they're worried they're dying, you know. And I am there on this kind of like happy little quixotic jaunt of like doing this kind of fun thing because I have a week off now and I could do my blood work and I have, you know, such good health that I could donate a kidney. And I was having the exact same day that somebody who's having the worst day of their lives is having. And so I was going through these like machines, these like, is it CAT scans? Is that where you go in the thing or MRIs?
The tubes, yeah. Was it really loud?
No.
Okay, so a CAT scan.
So I'm going through these machines and I'm looking up and there's this little light which tells you when to stay very still. So it's a red light and then with like a little picture of a person on it and icon. Forgive this details, but it's really interesting.
Very interesting.
I'm going through these things. I'm looking at the red light and then it counts back from 3, 2, 1, and then it's a green light, or then it's a red light where you're supposed to not move for the 10 seconds, 20 seconds, right? And I'm looking at this light thinking, I might be the only person today looking at this light without panicking. Because I'm here for something good, you know? And I remember thinking all of these things, this whole hospital system is designed, you know, because it's a really wonderful facility to kind of make people feel a little more comfortable with getting the worst news of their life. And I'm there going through this kind of experience decades earlier than most people and in complete health without a care in the world. And I remember just thinking like, this is a fascinating existential experience to have, to essentially experience what it's like to have health trauma, to cosplay a health scare as a patient. Exactly. And it was fascinating. You know, so I'm getting this CAT scan and they put this kind of warm dye in my arm. Is that right?
Yeah.
And everything I was experiencing was, oh, this is so interesting, this warm dye in my arm. And then my mind would switch of, oh my God, if I had cancer and I was waiting to see how big my tumor had increased, this warm dye would scare the shit out of me because it would further indicate how awful my situation is, that I had to have this warm dye, you know, put in my arm and, you know, your butt feels really weird for a few minutes and like weird stuff. And I remember just thinking, if I, you know, had cancer or something really bad, all of these details would be staying with me as signs of terror. But for me, they were just signs of fascination and interest and curiosity. And I would ask the doctors, why does that dye feel weird? And they would say, oh, it has this thing in it, so it makes your butt feel weird. And I was like, oh, that's so interesting, you know? And I realized they're probably not having this conversation a lot with people like me who are kind of just these like, you know,
easygoing, happy,
yeah, kind of curious, you know, no, it's so interesting.
How does that shift your perspective about healthcare in general?
Both my parents work in healthcare. My mom just got her doctorate in medical humanities. So she specifically works in the field of trying to make the healthcare industry have a human face. She teaches doctors how to give bad news while making eye contact and being sensitive rather than looking down at the floor and walking away. My dad teaches at Empire State College, which is part of the SUNY system, and he teaches people who work in the healthcare industry. He started like an MBA program at Empire State. So it's an MBA program So a lot of his students are, for example, like people who work in healthcare as like nurses, but they want an MBA so they can move up the hospital
Yeah.
system. So both my parents work in healthcare, and my mom is very specifically involved in trying to kind of put a human face to the healthcare industry. So when I'm looking at that red light and that green light, I'm thinking a little bit of like the what is that woman who did the Temple Grandin? She did Temple Grandin. She's this brilliant autistic woman who designed the factory farming system to make the cows less scared.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, I'm thinking about like how these things are designed to make the mammals feel less uncomfortable by them, and I guess it makes me think, wow, I'm very, very lucky to be in this country, to have my insurance, to have access to a place like NYU, which is so state of the art that you kind of can't believe that you're not in the future. I feel very lucky to be in a position to be able to donate a kidney when some people are born with diseases that make them suffer throughout their entire lives. So I felt very lucky. And then I also had this weird feeling of like, oh, I'm experiencing my death before my death. I'm experiencing what it feels like to go to a hospital a few days a week because you have to get more tests. I'm experiencing what it feels like to be worried about surgery, but I'm not worried about any of this stuff. And it was like a dry run for death is what I thought about it. And I was like, wow, this is really fascinating. I also know statistics about, for example, doctors like overwhelmingly not wanting to be kept alive or with artificial means. And I was thinking a lot about that because I was just looking at the facilities and realizing, wow, we really could, it's almost possible to stay alive at our own expense, at the expense of not our finances, but that too, but our own expense of happiness,
comfort, quality of life.
Yeah,
all of that.
awareness, consciousness. And so I was just kind of like, I was contemplating so many things, and it had a kind of like existentially meaningful experience.
Yeah, it seems really powerful. The effective altruism of it all. Did the notion of being in service to others help you in any way?
What do you mean help me?
You said that you were interested in this effective altruism.
Mm-hmm.
A big reason why people seek out altruism is because they feel like it helps with their anxieties, and it's also good to be in service in others in general as well.
Right.
But
you're
there
saying,
is
like,
a component that helps people feel more at ease with the struggles of today.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, it's almost selfish, but yeah, that's a part of why I did it. I want to have a connection to something bigger than myself. I noticed in my life, I am only at ease. We're talking, and I'm like, an anxious person or whatever. And the thing I described with my therapist is the one day I was like, what was the one time you're ever happy? And I was like, the only day I can remember being totally happy was my friend was moving, and I was boxing up his apartment. And we went downstairs and we got this like gross food. It was this little like hole in the wall Chinese restaurant with like with big plexiglass windows. It was like, and like we got the Chinese food at a place I normally wouldn't go to because it was it was like a hole in the wall kind of place or whatever. And then we went back up and ate really quick because we had to box up this stuff. And I just remember saying this was the absolute perfect day. And we determined that perhaps it was because I was thinking outside of myself. I was helping somebody else, and therefore, and it's not because I'm a great person. It's just because the way my mind is wired is I have this strong sense of guilt and that I'm going to be yelled at randomly. This is my two pervading problems in my head. I think I'm going to be yelled at randomly for something I wasn't aware of. Like, why are you wearing that shirt today? We're on camera. Why are you wearing a sweatshirt? Are you such an idiot? I have this fear like constantly. And I also have a strong sense of guilt for having luck, privilege, whatever, et cetera, all the reasons I should have guilt, history. And when I was boxing up my friend's stuff, all of that was gone. I was totally relieved because I was doing something for somebody else. He wasn't going to yell at me because I was there entirely in service of him and his boxes. And I didn't have any guilt because I was doing something for somebody else. And so what we kind of determined is when I'm doing stuff like that, I feel at ease with myself. I'm not talking, I feel thrilled. No, I don't have those feelings. I feel at ease. And that's my favorite thing. During the pandemic, we were living in Indiana where my wife grew up, and I was volunteering at at my mother-in-law's domestic violence shelter. So I was painting every day, and I would listen to my podcast when I was painting the shelter every day because it was a big place. And I was fixing toilets and garbage disposals and kind of just doing handiwork that I was taught how to do during the pandemic. And it's also the other happiest period in my life. And again, it sounds like I'm trying to say, you know, I'm a good person, so that's when it's not that. It's that it relieves me of all the anxieties I feel about myself. And so part of the reason I was attracted to kidney donation was a little bit of that, was a little bit of like, this is another opportunity for me to kind of get outside myself.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the channel. One of the things that I feel I missed in my pre-TennoCon prep and me being on vacation for an entire week was that Jade Stars, following the hotfix buff that it got a couple of weeks ago, became one of the craziest abilities in the game on every warframe but Sirius and Orion, which is actually pretty funny, but that's besides the point. The reason I am talking about Nova again today is because, yes, she is one of the warframes that unsurprisingly interacts really well with Jade Stars. And if you already have a preliminary idea of her kit, you probably want to stick around for the Jade Stars explanation, but just go to the timestamp down below where I begin the build explanation so that you can get right to it. Otherwise though, any of you who are new to Nova, let me show you why Nova is easily one of the strongest warframes in the game. 4 charges that can be used by any player in your team, including you, and you can actually like shoot out of this. Yeah, there we go. I can shoot this way through it and they come out here. So there's some like really funky portal stuff that you can do, but none of it is actually like, none of it matters for gameplay. The movement capabilities on it are relatively nice, but the reason we really keep Wormhole on the build is because of Arcane Sculptor. This Arcane gives you 175% ability efficiency if you create an object with your abilities, and Wormhole is weirdly counted as an object. What this means is that on our Nova build, we can run 45% efficiency and then just cast a portal every 12 seconds to have 175 from just the Arcane, which is really strong on a caster Nova. And then last, but definitely not least, we have Molecular Prime. To get the basics out of the way, if you either tap or hold down the ability, Nova sends her fist into the ground, sending out a wave of volatile antimatter energy out from where you cast it. This wave does many things. First, it either applies a slow or speed to any enemy that it hits. The way you determine this being either tapping or holding the ability. Innately, the tap will slow down enemies that it touches and the speed doing otherwise. I have inverted this ability in my settings so that tapping will give me the speed because I find it to be a significantly stronger effect. And this is mainly due to Nova's passive, stating that enemies killed while slowed down have a 15% chance to drop health orbs, and those killed while sped up have a 15% chance to drop energy orbs. By speeding enemies up, we get them to come to us quicker, thus increasing our KPM by killing more enemies. And doing so also maintains our energy economy very nicely. We could use the slowdown for more comfortable gameplay, and then use Equilibrium to convert health orbs into energy, but that's a use of a mod slot that we don't really need to do. Otherwise, it also applies a 100% damage vulnerability, simply doubling your damage from all sources against these enemies. And then lastly, it causes them to explode when you die for 800 damage in a 10-meter radius. Now I will just be showcasing the slow mode here. As you can see, it makes the enemies a lot slower, surprise surprise, of your weapons or abilities onto the explosion that pretty much nothing else in the game does. What I mean by this is that the explosion gets the damage benefit from the devastating attrition perk on Gen 1 Incarnate weapons, or the damage benefit from the devastating attrition perk on Gen 1 Incarnate weapons. Or it gains the ability to trigger the Okina Prime daggers off of its own kills. The list of the amount of things it inherits is very long, and while there are many powerful things you can do to take advantage of that, none of them are required for the build I'm going to show you today, which makes use of Jade Stars. Activating Jade Stars summons a bunch of stars to your side. When you now shoot at enemies, you are going to launch out these projectiles at a very fast rate. Honestly, the Phalanx is a bad weapon to display it with. I need to get a much quicker firing weapon to showcase this. Let's do the Tenet Galaxian. And because people have been asking, I will use some Gokstad Heavy Gunners. Activate Jade Stars. You shoot and you launch out these heat projectiles that deal heat damage in a massive AoE and also trigger the status. You'll see that I have like, what, 100 plus heat on pretty much all of these enemies? Yeah. You can also see how quickly they recharge after expending them. That's really fast, and they fly off similarly quick. What is really powerful here is that Jade Stars does get triggered by Nova's first ability, Null Stars, which does allow you to create a kind of feedback loop of damage between the two things, that when combined with the right stuff, does a ton of damage. This isn't what the final setup looks like. This is one of those builds, in my opinion, that doesn't actually look that good in the simulacrum relative to how it looks in mission. And that is mainly because Nova really requires a lot of enemies to scale the damage off of Null Star. The fact that the Blast Procs are AoE, and Jade Stars is also AoE, means that the more enemies that we can get tightly grouped together, the more damage we actually end up doing, because more Blast Procs is more damage, you know what I mean. This is referred to as quadratic scaling, and is why we want to use the speed version of Molecular Prime, so that the enemies can run at us quicker and group themselves up. Jade Stars also has the insane benefit of being non-line of sight, so every single particle that flies off to an enemy is going to hit every enemy within 10 meters of it, no questions. The way that I decide to build this isn't that different from a normal Nova Null Star build. We do need to use the Neutron Star Augment, of course, and then like I said before, we can run pretty high ability strength through Blind Rage, Intensify, and Transient, plus Malt Augmented, because we can just negate the 45% efficiency with Arcane Sculptor and casting Wormhole. Duration is quite an important stat for Nova because Molecular Prime scales its distance covered with the duration stat instead of range, stat for percentage on Star Augment, of course. And then like I said before, we can run pretty high ability strength through Blind Rage, Intensify, and Transient, plus Malt Augmented because we can just negate the 45% efficiency with Arcane Sculptor and casting Wormhole. Duration is quite an important stat for Nova because Molecular Prime scales its distance covered with the duration stat instead of range. All that does is scale the explosion radius and the initial radius on Molecular Prime, which is good, but more importantly, it scales the radius on Jade Stars and Null Stars to a massive 25 and 20 meters. Archon Vitality doubles the heat procs from all of the abilities, which in most cases would be a kind of tiny damage boost, but because we are getting so much heat on enemies from Jade Stars, this is actually a pretty measurable increase. The companion best suited for this is a Nautilus Prime. The grouping effect from Corden actually gets sped up in its pull speed because of the modifier set onto enemies by Molecular Prime, making this one even better than it is on other warframes. And as I just said, grouping is really good for these